So hope everyone's doing well. All right, so jumping into the session today, we do have some individual names moving. We got some news to discuss. We're just doing our usual news scan. So CHIJET or CHIJET, ticker CGET, CJET, pumping here in the pre-market. Basically, if we look at the news headline here, you're going to see CJET Motors shares are trading higher after the company entered into an MOU with institutional investors for an expanded private placement offering up to 1 billion. Big mover, huge pump, huge pump. Coming into a gap window. Markets are a little bit vulnerable today. Couple reasons, government shutdowns, as well as you got a horrific print on the ADP numbers. So ADP numbers are kind of forecasting potentially what's to come in the employment market, but a massive contraction in the ADP numbers. Expectation was for 52K. We came in at minus 32K. What did that do? It dropped yields. What did that do? It dropped the dollar. So if we look at the 2-year yield, nasty decline. And interestingly, we've usually seen in the pre-market when yields in the dollar drop, you've usually seen the markets pump, but we're not really seeing that, specifically around small caps IWM. If you look at where the market's actually opened, you got some massive volatility ranges. Seems like that end of day pump was just a fake pump in my opinion, and we could easily revisit the lows on SPY. Same thing with the Russell 2000. Say, let's keep scrolling through some of these headlines. So a few retailers are down. Reddit getting clobbered this morning. Basically on the weak consumer confidence data. You've got Lithium Americas Corp. Absolutely running here in the pre-market. Basically gapping up to the highs after they secure a little bit of an investment deal. The headline is Lithium Americas Corp reached an agreement with GM and the U.S. Department of Energy regarding the first draw on its DOE loan. Very cool. You also have some sympathy bids coming into AES. AES shares are trading high, indicating BlackRock's global infrastructure partners nearing an acquisition of the company. Clinical bull flag breakout. Very strong. Let's look at the commodity markets real quick. WTI crude still coming in looking pretty weak. Crypto is just rocketing here. Ethereum pushing to the upside today. Bitcoin also looking very constructive, potentially a W pattern, on watch for a daily chart breakout today. We will see if that is set to occur. Nike did report earnings after the bell. It saw some initial volatility. You know, it was interesting because it went up, it came back down. It looked like they were going to theta burn it, and then they popped it up on the conference call. So good job for Nike, pushing to the upside. Just scanning through some of the news headlines here. Let's see what else we've got. There's quite a few retailers running in sympathy to Nike. Let's look at our ZLV Resolve reporting earnings and also pumping here to the high side. Resolve AI GAAP EPS of minus 25 cents, revenue 6.3 billion. OKLO selected by the U.S. Department of Energy to participate in nuclear fuel pilot projects. So OKLO catching another headline here. We'll see if they want to press these uranium stocks higher. Uranium did take a nasty fall yesterday and looking a little bit weak on the daily chart, but managing a small gap up this morning. CRISPR Therapeutics. Let's look at CRISPR. I think the ticker CRSP. Yep, CRSP. CRISPR Therapeutics to present preclinical data on alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency utilizing novel synthese gene editing technology. Interesting. Soytech shares jump as the CEO plans to exit prolonged slump. Oh, that's on the OTC market. Nothing to do there. Let's just keep scrolling through here. Are there any headlines I like? Raytheon delivers 500th ESN block. Let's look at RTX here. Yeah, continuing to grind day after day. Helmet Aerospace to host webcast to announce third quarter. Let's look at HWM. Let's see if they reported. Still acting well. Dutch Bros and Chick-fil-A lead in satisfaction. Let's look at BROS. That name's been hammered hard. Getting close to a potential scalp long. Hmm. Not a bad looking chart for Bros here. I have a day trade long on BROS. We're going to keep that on watch. Let's keep scrolling through the headlines here. What else we got going on? It's the usuals. We're just Rocket Companies closes 14.2 billion acquisition of Mr. Cooper. Let's look at RKT. Hmm. Interesting headline there. Typically, acquisitions are net dilutive. Good morning, Sarfaraz. Conagra Brands also reported earnings. CAG gapping to the high side into a big area down here, a really big area. But it's just been beaten down with the staples sector. DuPont, effectiveness of Form 10 resignation. Okay, that's nothing there. See what else we got going on. Let's go through some of our New York Stock Exchange top gainers. So we already discussed Lithium Americas Corp entering a supply agreement deal with GM. That one's ripping to the high side. Crazy mover. AES, there's potentially an acquisition on AES this morning. Let's look at RFL. Nothing really to do there. Livewire, LVWR. That's seeing a little bit of strength. You do have some sympathy plays in response to Nike. So obviously Nike's still holding technical strength above that 72.60. You have PVH pushing here to the upside. So PVH is up a few percentage points. Let's look at some of the other retail stocks. VFC catching a little bit of a bid. Victoria's Secret not doing too much. Under Armour not doing too much down there either. PLTK under some pressure this morning. A little bit of pressure. Again, Reddit is falling to the downside here, technically triggering a head and shoulders pattern, gapping down from 229 to 208. It is off of the lows just a little bit, but Reddit triggering a bit of a bearish formation. And that's on the weak consumer confidence number. So there might be a day trade long on Reddit here. Even though it's triggered a bearish formation, we can still look for something. Let's see. Yeah, I like it down here, 188. Maybe 193. We'll have to wait and see. So yeah, crypto is really pumping this morning. Looking at Hood's taking a small breather. CRWV, CoreWeave, taking a small breather as well. But after a huge pop yesterday, Life trying to make a little bit of a move to the upside here into a ton of support down here. DocuSign, Bowling under pressure. DraftKings continues to remain weak. Adobe down. SoFi seeing some strength. You have your SOXS pushing up this morning. OKLO slightly green. Western Digital, still a strong stock, taking a little bit of a breather. Micron today down 1.5%. Another down day for Oracle, just trickling lower. Open Door, slightly green in a weak tape. BABA seeing a little bit of strength in a weak tape. Looking at some of the mega cap tech, Meta under significant pressure. Google is under quite a bit of pressure. You do have the QQQ underperforming in the pre-market as of now. Amazon's looking interesting as well, into a ton of support, doing a full-on retrace. If we could sweep this low one more time, I'd maybe scalp Amazon alongside. Microsoft also seeing a considerable amount of selling in the pre-market. Right now it is down. Nvidia also seeing quite a bit of selling in the pre-market. Right now your weakest mega cap is Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Google. How's Tesla doing? Tesla's not bad, up 0.5%. Sorry, down 0.5%. Apple right now is basically slightly green in the pre-market, trying to push higher. But there is considerable weakness today in all indices in the pre-market on the back of that government shutdown. So again, remember, we were looking pretty bearish yesterday from a technical standpoint. And all of a sudden into the last 1, 2, 3 hours, especially the last 2 hours, really at 3 o'clock here, you just saw a crazy move, which I think was manipulated to burn a lot of the shorts. But you look at this Russell backtest, head and shoulders pattern, a clinical backtest of your neckline, literally stopped to a T there. And the downside target off of this pattern takes us down to 238.65. So we'll see if that wants to hold. See what else we got going on. Unusual volume. Let's see what's happening. Reddit, AES, Lithium. What's BHP doing? No, that's the wrong company. Ticker AIR, so that's AAR Corp. There it is. Yeah, it's gapping down this morning as well. Seeing USB, seeing quite a bit of volume in the pre-market. Novo Nordisk also seeing some unusual volume in the pre-market here, trying to show some signs of potential accumulation, it appears. Let's run through some of these. NIO, trying to break out to the high side. Pfizer had a stunning move yesterday with basically the whole entire healthcare complex. That was your standout bright sector of the market. Healthcare stocks could be on the precipice of trying to break out of a really, really large formation. They're one of your only sectors that have been underperforming in the market in quite a big way. Snap down on the session again, doing a full round trip potentially back to that neckline. Let's look at IONQ again. IONQ continues to melt lower, getting a little oversold intraday, but I still think we can go lower on IONQ. Although you are coming into a nice 382 fib level. So we'll watch that closely. Let's take a look at ticker Wolf. A little bit of a topping tail retrace. Interesting. Let's look at eVTOL stocks. Joby. JOBY. Joby's daily chart isn't looking too bad. You know, you're consolidating inside of this wide range green bar candle, forming what appears to be a bit of a bull flag. If you go to your intraday pattern, there's maybe a inverse head and shoulders pattern building inside. It hasn't triggered yet, but again, Joby not looking too bad at all. I'll watch that one closely. I think if you backtest this trend line at all, that is a potential buy on JOB. Well, let's look at its Archer Aviation. Yeah, Archer's not looking too bad as well, you know, broken out of that falling wedge pattern, trying to give us some higher lows to trade off of. Not too shabby. Let's look at Path. So Path obviously had that bullish announcement yesterday and got sold into quite a bit. Under quite a bit of pressure. Let's look at our crypto plays this morning. They should be very strong on the session. MSTR, Coinbase. Yeah, MSTR only up to 330, but acting quite well. Let's look at Mara, MARA. CRCL. Not too bad. Most trades. So our next data set comes out at 9:45. It's your S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. And then you have 10 a.m. data. You have some ISM data. And then 10:30 crude oil inventories. So there's some sporadic data sets layered throughout the entire session today. Again, it does look like the markets are probably going to be chopping around today and heading lower. SPY, same thing. The bulls need to defend the 7-day. We'll see if we stay inside of this longer term trend line on SPY. We closed inside of it yesterday. I'm sure they'll want to back test it today. You can see on the hourly chart where we're back testing. Pretty crazy move. What's interesting is SPY is sitting right where we saw a huge amount of chop, right? Pivot high, pivot, 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 pivot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours of really consolidation. So this is a big level on the S&P 500. Right now we're literally sitting right on that zone. So if we lose that, that would be a very bearish sign in the near term. And obviously that would put us right back down to the 7-day, kind of this upsloping wedge pattern that we have drawn in. But we will watch and see which way they want to take this market. As usual, I would look to fade. If we bounce off of the open back to prior week high, that initial retest will be a short zone. Okay, I think the market could be in for a little bit of trouble today. There could be a little bit of selling around the employment number we got. Typically, you do see the markets pump in the pre-market just based off of pure algorithmic buying. Yields softened up quite substantially, and so did the dollar. You had the dollar fall really, really sharply off of that economic data, and you had the US 2-year yield fall really sharply off of that economic data at the lows currently speaking. You had the 10-year yield fall drastically lower, so again, we're not really seeing that algorithmic buy in the pre-market like we usually do in the main indices. And that to me is maybe telling us that, okay, it could be a short to pop kind of a day. Obviously, it's always tough chasing a gap down on the short side, but you look at that huge volatility. I mean, that is filthy on SPY. That is just downright dirty. You look at where the IWM traded down to, 239 and change. So that's a really big zone. So you can see we bounced quite nicely, but just keep in mind there it does look like there's some fading opportunities in this market. All right. So I've got really one ticker that I have on watch for a scalp long. We'll see if we can find some more. I do think crypto can also run as well. I mean, MSTR could easily push higher as long as Bitcoin remains firm on the session. You know, I could easily see MSTR pushing up to 338, maybe fill this gap. It's a pretty big high volume breakdown zone. We traded a bullish breakout candle, met with some harsh sell side pressure. So perhaps there is a little bit of a long trade on MicroStrategy. Let's look at that BTC intraday chart. So again, BTC acting very, very well. Potential W formation, literally trying to break out as we speak. It does appear like maybe Bitcoin wants to go for a nice liquidity sweep of this high. That would certainly push MicroStrategy higher. A little bit of resistance here with that high volume breakdown zone. So this was a breakout candle, big bounce, and then it met with selling. So there will be a little bit of resistance here on BTC. But Bitcoin's chart's not looking bad at all. You can see above all of the key daily chart moving averages. Not looking too bad. Let's look at the 4-hour. So you had a 4-hour breakout. You haven't confirmed it just yet. Let's look at the hourly chart. Hourly chart, you have confirmed the hourly chart breakout. Interesting. They're 1.36% higher. Let's see. So yeah, crypto stocks are looking good this morning for sure. It's just a matter of, is the market going to be dragged down from small cap and NASDAQ weakness? Your IWM is starting to get a little bit heavier here in the pre-market. Just a little bit. Let's look at nat gas. I think there could be a bit of de-risking in nat gas ahead of its inventory report. That would not surprise me. You can see natural gas today tagging that daily 200 moving average. Big area. Actually, we'll look at this chart here. The capital.com chart. That's a better chart to trade off of. But you can see the resistance on nat gas today. Downsloping trend line connecting all your major pivots, as well as your daily 200 moving average. So you can see the initial sell side candle. I would personally wait for a push through that area, a little bit of a sweep of this high, and then we would have a short on that gas. So we'll put an alert there. Okay. All right, time for me to stand up. Just gonna grab some more coffee, guys. I'll be right back, and then we'll settle in for the final 20 minutes here. Again, I do have one long trade, couple short ideas. Marvell's under pressure today as well. It's had a solid run to the upside. Still very strong though. Very strong. Coffee, I'll be right back, guys. Right, so we have a few upgrades and downgrades today. Let's look at the upgrades real quick. PII was upgraded by Citigroup today. Hold target of 60 bucks. So you can see that one is gapping up right now to the high side. Daily chart isn't looking too bad. The only concern I have is it doesn't always trade over 1 million shares, but it's close enough for government work. But a nice little upgrade there for PII today. You also got SkyWest, ticker SKW, sorry, SKYW, upgrade today. Price target 140. So about a 40% undervalued. Not a bad area to potentially scalp it on the long side today as well. Very oversold. Right away I can see we're back tested that breakout zone there. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. But they did get upgraded today by Raymond James. So that one should catch a bit of a bid. It's very oversold. You can see it's already gapping up strong in a weak tape. You also got Delta Airlines, ticker DAL, getting an upgrade today by target $70. That is from Jefferies. DAL upgraded today by target 70. We got another upgrade, RNR, Renaissance Holdings. Sorry, Renaissanceair Holdings. I can't even pronounce that. Upgraded by Evercore. Ticker RNR. Price target 244. So it's funny you hear upgrades, but it's already over the target. Makes no sense. AQN getting an upgrade this morning. Algonquin Power, price target 625, upgraded by Desjardins. So pretty big firms upgrading some stocks today. This one's again coming into a daily chart 200, very, very close. You got an upgrade today by Sunrun. Jefferies upgrading Sunrun. Jefferies is usually spot on with their upgrades. They're an actual firm that usually has pretty good upgrades and downgrades. But Run getting an upgrade today, price target 21. Another upgrade today, IoT, Samsara. So price target 50 bucks, upgraded by Evercore. Interesting. You can see the gap ups. Mainly all the upgrades they are actually running. You got a Moody's upgrade by Deutsche Bank, also gapping up. Interesting. Grocery Outlet Holding getting an upgrade today, also gapping up. So all of the upgrades today are getting a pretty decent gap up. And then you also got Carlyle Security Lending, which is ticker CGBD, getting an upgrade by JP Morgan today, price target 12.5. Interesting. So those are the upgrades of this session. Let's look at the downgrades. Fortunately, you got a downgrade on DraftKings today by Northland Securities. DraftKings got slaughtered yesterday on the back of obviously Robinhood's prediction markets. Tetra Tech, TTEK. Tetra Tech also getting a downgrade today, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Deutsche Bank downgrading Enlight Renewable Energy, ticker ENLT, getting downgraded today. Wow, that one's had an extraordinary run to the upside. Huge mover. GEV getting a bit of a downgrade today by RBC Capital. So this stock has been strong, going through a bit of chop and slop. Allstate getting a downgrade today to 233. Again, another name that's the downgrade price is higher than where it's actually trading. Quite crazy. You got a downgrade on PSBD Palmer Square Capital by JP Morgan downgraded to 12 bucks. You can see it's under a little bit of pressure. TSLX also getting downgraded by JP Morgan today. AT&T getting downgraded today by Barclays. Price target 30, so downgrade, but the price is higher. VSAT getting a downgrade today by Barclays. Price target 23 bucks, so you can see it's quite overvalued. So those are the upgrades and downgrades of the session. Hmm. So again, you have some distribution in your semis today, which is obviously always something we need to watch. Semiconductors had that big push into the end of the day, gapping down. Same thing, we need to watch the 7-day on SPY. Your 7-day moving average is sitting at 662.98. 662.98. Basically, your 7-day is almost going to be intersecting with this upsloping trend. So as always, watch the 7-day. That's a big, big level for SPY. SPY could easily flush all the way down to this lower boundary trend line. And then today it could easily flush down to this pivot low to pivot low to pivot low to pivot low, 661. Yesterday it looked like we were going to do a liquidity sweep of this low here. So if we were to fall on SPY all the way down to here, that would almost put us down 1%. It would put us down about 0.7% on the session today. But typically gap downs do get bought up. You're going to have a lot of FOMO after this rally yesterday, but it looks like a bit of a fake pump to me. So definitely keep that on watch. So look at where the volume is sitting today, guys. So the volume is sitting right on that opening range high from yesterday, your big point of control zone. So 663.19 is a big area here. Very big area. All right, so we'll keep SPY window open as usual. We'll watch the IWM because that is under pressure. I have a couple tickers on watch for a long setup. I think I like Dutch Bros for a little bit of a long retrace. Looking for a potential double bottom here on BROS Even sub 52 bucks gets me interested. So I'm looking at trading BROS on the long side. Also have a potential long level on Amazon. We'll see how Nike does. Got my eye on that. Got my eye on the Russell. All right, so let's get ready. We got 5 minutes till the open. Your next data set is your in 25 minutes, your S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. So right now we do have crude oil down 1% heading into this. We got nat gas up 0.8, gold up 0.2. I got a short level on nat gas today. If it were to sweep the highs, crypto stocks are acting well. So as long as Bitcoin remains firm, dip buys can be bought in MicroStrategy today, Coinbase. Good morning. Good morning. Nike obviously doing very well, testing 74.30. It's having a little bit of sympathy into your retailers today, guys. So retail stocks should see potentially a little bit of sympathy from Nike. Again, lithium stocks very strong on the back of LAC news, striking up a deal with GM. We'll see if the market gets spooked by the government shutdown. So far, obviously, we're pretty much engulfing that huge fake pump into end of the day. SPY does look like a fade, to be honest, but let it settle out. Often you'll get a lot of dip buying. We're into a massive point of control. There is a lot of volume sitting here. That's your big volume zone for the week, as well as the previous opening range. I'm looking at $52 calls for bros. So right now, heading into the pre-market, your small caps are down 0.57%, $1.39. They are your weakest indice. IWM is your weakest. QQQ, your second weakest, down 0.51. You're seeing some distribution in your SOXX today. Then you have SPY down 0.45%. It is holding up relatively the best. Meta getting slapped down 1.73. Google under pressure. So communication stocks are seeing some considerable selling today. Apple still green in the pre-market. Let's get ready for the open here. We are set to ready to rock and roll here. Markets are piercing that point of control. Again, I'm looking at Dutch Bros for a long. All right, guys, markets are open. Shares long here on Dutch Bros, 51.82. It's a half position. 51.82, half position long BROS. So I'm long the ROS, 51.82. So as our pre-market setup, you can see SPY still just middling around here. Mega caps are still under pressure except for Apple. Apple holding steady. Nike up 4.8. Let's see if Dutch Bros wants to make a red to green reversal today. SoFi is green. Quantum stock seeing a little bit of strength. Nike starting to sell off. Hood is down 1.5. Come on, bros. My next ad on bros would be basically down at double bottom here. 51.28, I'd double up my position. But common shares long BROS. IWM getting a nice bounce to the upside. Plug Power seeing some strength. BMNR up 3.8. Intel's green. Mara's green. Tesla's trying to firm up. DraftKings seeing a little bit of a bid. You are seeing a nice buy the dip. This is an aggressive short level. Prior opening range high. You have that trend line from yesterday on SPY. It's aggressive. It's an aggressive short level. Look at bros trying to make a move here. We could see bros maybe you're getting a little bit of a buy the dip coming back into the market. Bros is making a move here. Nice potential breakout here. Let's see if we can trigger an inverse head and shoulders. Come on, bros. Take a push. Nike seeing a little bit of distribution. CoreWeave seeing some distribution today. Socks are still trying to see a buy the dip here. Webull down, Boeing down, Freeport screen. JP Morgan struggling today, guys. Look at JPM. That is filthy. Financials are still seeing a huge dip today. Huge dip. Western Digital weak. Micron's green. Baba strong. Lulu strong. Still seeing a lot of weakness in your communications. VKTX trying to make a move. Ethereum still strong. Interesting. Enphase green. Bitcoin still holding steady. MRK seeing a nice bid today. Your Russell 2000 is hitting a massive volume shelf. So IWM is hitting a volume shelf here. We'll see if it wants to. And again, you do have that head and shoulders on trigger. This is an aggressive short level for the Russell. Aggressive. SPY still acting quite well. Trying to make a push here. Nike still just consolidating. Nike is technically a long off of the 20-day moving average at 72.21. JP Morgan's still selling hard. Interesting. CoreWeave down a couple percent. Socks are catching a nice bid. Robinhood still gapping down. CoreWeave under a lot of pressure this morning, guys. CRWV. Let's see if CRWE can enter that gap window. We will see. So far, your IWM is firmed up quite well. It is starting to push even more. Nike still up 4.5, BMNR up 3, Tesla still negative, Nvidia negative, Microsoft negative, Amazon negative, Apple ripping. Come on, bros, push up. You're seeing Viking Therapeutics, guys. We are starting to push. Let's see if we can print on these 27 lottos that we have for the end of the week. So Viking starting to break out. This could catch a huge squeeze within the first hour of the trading session. I repeat, it could. Viking is starting to make a move here. So Nike still just consolidating here. See SPY just hanging on. Dutch Bros still trying to get Dutch Bros to firm up. Come on, Dutch Bros. Get your big ass up there. S&P getting slightly faded. CoreWeave still weak. Your Russell's still strong. Your dollar's coming in. Robinhood still down 1.7. CoreWeave down 2. JP Morgan still getting slapped here. Look at financials. JP Morgan is getting slapped, guys. Oh my goodness. Look at that. A potential hourly chart head and shoulders has triggered on JP Morgan. Wow, look at them. Exiting stage left on JP Morgan, guys. They are knifing it. This could cause the equity markets to see some significant softening. Look at them. They're absolutely knifing JP Morgan. Wow, JP Morgan getting slapped here. CoreWeave coming in. IWM seeing some distribution. SPY still acting quite well. Dutch Bros going in now. I will add to Bros at this double bottom. I'll double up my position. Nike still holding steady. Slightly off of the $73 level. Adobe getting wrecked. BST coming in. Let's look at Hood again. SoFi bouncing from yesterday's sell-off. Look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's ripping to the high side right now, breaking out of a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Looks like it's going to test the highs there. Very strong move on Tesla. Very strong. SPY still holding steady here. JP Morgan catching a little bit of a bid. S&P trying to go green here. JP Morgan big bid. IONQ struggling again on the session. So new lows for your quantum names. IONQ continuing to chop down. Come on, bros, catch a bid. You're seeing some positive price action in NVX. OKLO has reversed lower. Look at NVIX too, guys. ENVX trying to make a move here. Trying to make a move. SPY still holding steady. Nvidia down 0.7. Open's gone negative. Rigetti down. BMNR acting well. Intel's up 1.52. Nike's still green. Still have all your indices negative with the Russell outperforming just slightly. S&P outperforming the Qs. Qs are your weak spots so far for the time being. You still have some continued strength creeping back into certain healthcare names. Enphase Energy, solar stocks are doing well. You're seeing MRK doing extremely well today, gapping up to the high side. Let's look at CNC here. CNC also trying to push. UNH trying to push just a little bit. You can see UNH catching that volume right now. Tesla and Apple are absolutely flying this morning. Look at Apple going. Apple's ripping to the upside. PayPal's flipped green. Solar stocks are doing well. Marvell really struggling today. MRVL not really participating. Snapchat still down. Google still down 1.2. We got some buy side strength hitting Constellation Brands today. So you're seeing some clear capital. The start of a new month and a new quarter. You are seeing some clear capital rotation trends today, guys. Clear. You got Lululemon pressing to the upside here. So some of your laggers that have been underperforming are catching some decent sized bids. Really decent. IONQ still weak on the tape. Nasty little decline there. In IONQ, still melting. So again, you are seeing some distribution and rotation in this market. Distribution and rotation is clear. Looking at SPY is still holding steady into a massive resistance zone here. This is a short level, guys. You're piercing prior week high. If you're wanting to short this, this is the level. It's an aggressive short level. I'm going to take a stab on some SPY puts, guys. Some 0 DTEs. 660. I'm going to take 663 puts. This is very aggressive and risky. 663 zeros, guys. And I'm going to use that 10-minute candle as my stop loss. So my stop loss is going to be basically a 5-minute close over this opening range. All right. Bros is still Nike starting to curl lower. Your Russell 2000's basically back to the highs of the tape. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Snapchat still down 1, Apple up 1.2, UUUU down 1.47, BMNR still trying to hold steady here. So we got one long, one short. SoFi's up 2.3, Intel up 1.5, Nike still up 4, but coming in a little bit. Open doors negative. Pfizer still strong on the session. LAC is up 18%. So again, why we're shorting this level is it's a liquidity sweep of our prior week high here. A liquidity sweep, guys. A prior week high. We'll see if it starts to come in. Let's see if we can retest that, at least our value area high here. It's a long BROS. JP Morgan catching a nice bid. OKLO down 1.23, testing the 110 level. Micron's green. Oracle still struggling. Baba still acting well. Lululemon ripping today, guys. Very strong price action. Lulu finally getting a really, really sizable move. Look at Lulu's daily chart. Now we're into this clinical gap window, guys. Lululemon is ready to rock and roll. We are long, we are strong, Lulu. All right, SPY starting to come in. All right, my first TP level, guys, is going to be a retest of this area here. Whoops. Come on, take us back through that prior day. Again, my stop loss is basically going to be a close above this high here. Big bounce back up in the markets. Big bounce. JP Morgan still pushing. Google's trying to firm up. Bit of a double top on your Russell. Nvidia is still struggling on the session. Your QQQ still lagging the market right now. But you got strength in healthcare, consumer discretionary. ENVX, guys, could be a squeezer today. Look at this huge, huge V-shaped recovery. Massive mover. SoFi ripping, so great job taking profits on SoFi yesterday. That was amazing because big bounce in SoFi today. Western Union still just holding steady here. WU. Let's look at Nike. Yep, silver is ripping. Gold is still ripping. There's a soft, it's basically a soft US dollar and softer interest rates, say, on the back of that employment data that we got this morning. Still waiting on Bros SPY coming in a little bit. We are short the S&P 663 put options. We're in very aggressive trades. You are seeing a little bit of economic data, 9:45 PMI data. You also have 10 a.m. data that's a little bit more market moving. But so far, a nice little decline. Again, TP1 down here. Nice decline. Just give me a sec, guys. Still seeing this market coming in from that prior week high. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on. Take us down. Take us down, SPY. Take us down, SPY. Take us down. We're coming into TP1, guys. I'll look to trim half of my SPY puts. Come on down. Here we go. Long bros, short SPY. Let's get it. Nike coming in. Here we go. Here's the dip, guys. Here's the dip. Here we go. We're melting. We're melting. Russell getting rejected. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Still long bros, short SPY. Come on, SPY. Melt it down to the lows. Melt it down. Drop it down, baby. Ethereum still acting very well. Healthcare stocks are now seeing a little bit of distribution. Nat gas getting faded. Bitcoin still up 2.26%. Solar stocks still doing well. MongoDB, strong session. Marvell down 2.7. Snapchat lagging with communications. Google still down 0.5%. Lululemon still up 1.3. Constellation Brands moving. Oracle trying to firm up, but still slightly negative. Western Digital seeing a little bit of distribution, but positive on the tape. OKLO went positive, but still looking a little bit fragile. IONQ went positive, but still looking a little bit weak. Adobe down 2.5%. JP Morgan down 1.1. SPY is dripping. Dripping. CoreWeave down 1.7. Webull down 2.3. Hood down 0.7. Look at the drop in SPY, guys. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my SPY puts there at $1.12. $1.12, guys. Trimmed half. Huge gain. Huge gain, guys. Look at that. First thing in the morning, netting 74%. Stunning. All right, TP2's down here, guys. TP2's down here. Hit that like button, guys. Who called out pre-market, prior day high, short, prior week high? We said short the heck out of that thing if we get up there. Look at that epic rejection on SPY. Huge gain. We are getting smoked here. Look at TP2 coming into play. We're up over 100% on these SPY puts. Here we go. Come on, baby. Sell it. Sell it down. Look at them. Liquidation. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more SPY. There is a lot of support here. Full round trip, guys. Let's. What a dump, man. What a dump in the market, guys. What a dump. This is a big spot. If you're wanting to take more profits there, I don't blame you. I'm going to leave some runners because the trade is now risk-free. Let's get it. Please hit that like button, guys. We clinically gave you that short setup. Everyone should have been able to catch that. If you're here in the pre-market, we said we're going to look for that prior week high. We just called it out live. Huge gain there. And now we just can chill. Our money's been made in the first 20 minutes of the market session here. It's amazing. That is amazing. That's a big trade. And we could still press this lower, guys. I still have runners in place. I have 7 contracts left. I have 7 contracts left. It's all about compounding those gains, guys. Compound those gains. That's what it's all about. Why is... Come on. We're close. We are close. I'm just going to manage a break-even stop loss on the rest of my contracts, guys. Break-even stop loss. Since we're bouncing here and we've already tested this level twice, I'm going to, I'm still holding bros long. These are common shares, so they're not basically, I'm even considering if this doesn't firm up today, I'd hold this overnight. It's into a big level. Oh, I just had a bird hit my window. I gotta go see if this bird is okay. I think it just basically killed itself. Alright, we are seeing bros coming in. Again, I'm looking at adding. Since the market's weak, I'm gonna let it sweep this low, but I'm still looking at doubling down on my position on ticker BROS. I still like it a lot down here. I'm going to lower my next TP target on SPY. I'm going to lower it to about 662.80. 662.80. Beautiful trade, guys, to start the morning there. You're taking 650 puts lotto on SPY? Holy moly, that would be a lotto and a half. 650 would put us where? 650 would put us down here. Whoa, down here? That's a massive lotto. You're talking about a almost a 2.3% decline in SPY. Surfers, that's a huge lotto. You really have to go down there? I don't know if that'll happen. My max extension calculation this morning is basically, whoops, let me flip to SPY here. So my max move on SPY today is 658. Not saying it's going to happen, but that's where my range lies. So let me just get rid of this friggin' 7-day. But my max move today on SPY is 658. And again, that's a long shot. Max move calculation. And then on the upside today, my max move calculation was 668.50-ish, which is roughly about here. Bros is still coming in hard. Weak stock, JP Morgan selling, VKTX selling. CoreWeave still down, Hood still down. ENVX, guys. ENVX catching a bit of a bid here. Look at ENVX go. Tesla's still green. Nike coming in. Neo's turned negative. Pfizer strong. Nvidia weak. LEC plug RSLV. PLUG ripping to the upside. CoreWeave still looking weak today, guys. Webull looking weak. DraftKings trying to firm up. Nike still coming in. OKLO getting hit pretty hard this morning. Lululemon still strong. Constellation Brands still strong. Google weak. Snap, Marvell weak. MongoDB ripping. PayPal's green. SMCI seeing some strength today. Ethereum still ripping. Let's look at BMNR here. Is there a trade on BMNR? Yeah, there's a potential trade here, guys, on BMNR. There's a potential there for sure. Not gonna lie. Or weave into that gap window. If you're wanting to take BMNR long here, guys, that's not a bad area. Stop loss would be a 10-minute close below this pivot. BMNR not a bad area, guys. Let's see if we can take some upside call options here, guys. For a long, BMNR looks pretty poised here, guys. Looks pretty poised. Your S&P 500 is catching a nice bounce. Just manage a break even if you're still short with me. All right, guys, I'm going to take a stab on BMNR long. I'm going to go into the 5450 calls. 5450 calls. It's aggressive, but 5450 calls long BMNR. And that's for end of the week. My stop loss on BMNR, guys, is going to be probably a 5-minute close below here. SPY is still seeing some top wick distribution, had a really big push there, but getting rejected on your 1-minute chart. So looking at SPY, had a big push, but getting rejected off your value area. Ethereum still holding up quite well. Your dollar's still a little bit weak. Big rejection there on your S&P 500. Big rejection. All right, since we are bounced off of this point of control, I'm going to lower my next SPY target quite a bit lower. I'm going to take it all the way down to 662.11 here. That would be my TP2 target. So TP1 has been hit. We actually caught that nice impulse candle down. SPY's breaking down. Bros is still weak here. JP Morgan curling down. Russell breaking down. So just took my final. I'm taking my final entry right now in ticker BROS. Taking my final entry. 5122. 5122. SPY still trying to make a big push here. Let's look at BM&R here. Let's go BM&R. Come on. And again, BM&R is into, and it's an aggressive swing trade level. I think we could get a 1 to 3 day bounce on Bros. Sorry, Bros is into. CoreWeave's still weak. Nvidia's still weak. IONQ green. Boeing struggling. Webull struggling. CoreWeave now down 3%. Silver's still pushing. Strong bounce on SE today. Very strong bounce on SE. Come on, BM&R. Push up. Get your big butt up there. BM&R is starting to wake up here, guys. SPY still holding steady. Come on, BM&R. Push, push, push. So you're doing a nice liquidity sweep of the lows on ticker Bros. Getting dusted right now. SPY's still trying to hang in there. Let's see something here. Busting through a massive technical level. BM&R is making a move. Your S&P is still a little bit vulnerable to going lower, but bouncing quite sharply. Come on, BM&R. Come on, Bros. We are long these two tickers. Come on, Bros. BM&R and Bros are pushing. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Come on, BM&R. Get our calls in the money here. 5450s will print. You have a very solid potential inverse head and shoulders pattern. You can see the clinical back test, which we bought down here. Breaking out back test. Boom. Let's punch this name. This one could squeeze to the upside today, especially if we get continued weakness in the equity markets. You're seeing crypto acting very, very well. Let's just see where we have major resistance and volume. So if we go to this Monday gap down, yeah, look at that. We could see BM&R potentially squeeze today all the way to 5640. 5640. Come on, BM&R. Punch it, punch it, punch it. Bros is still seeing a lot of heavy accumulation. SPY is still acting well. SPY has recaptured its point of control. Look at the rip on Ethereum. Ethereum's still looking strong on your 10-minute chart, like it's going to break out of a bull flag here. We do. Wow. But obviously a nice reaction off of the lows for your S&P 500. It is into an aggressive short zone, but I would personally wait until that prior week high gets tested again. We are seeing a considerable. Rose is still trying to shake off some of the sellers. Looking at the S&P 500, still inside of a wide range, choppy range here, guys. Again, this is an aggressive short level as well for SPY. Very aggressive. Core weave trying to stabilize. IWM big candle to the upside. JP Morgan still weak. Your SOX ETF is still seeing a little bit of distribution. Again, my average on BROS is 51.52. There we go. ETH is trying. Come on, BMNR. Squeeze it. Come on, bros. Push it. Huge bounces in the market here from SOX. SPY right now still trying to hold above its value area high. Come on, BMNR. Squeeze back to the highs. Take out the highs. Bros is starting to firm up here. Look at Robinhood here, guys. Robinhood is starting to come in pretty heavy. CoreWeave looks vulnerable. So are we going to see massive distribution and capital rotation trends? We've already hit one winning trade on SPY, and we have runners looking to print. We have some long exposure that is looking quite good here. Slightly down on my commons, slightly up on my call options on BMNR. Come on, BMNR. Come on, bros. Let's go. Ideally, it would be perfect to see SPY decline, BMNR push, bros push. Bros is into a big level. It's an aggressive swing trade level as well. JP Morgan's firming up here. SoFi's still strong. IONQ, nice move. Another day where Western Digital and Micron are strong. Lululemon's still ripping to the upside. How's Nike doing? Nike back up 3.5%. You're seeing SPY and Ethereum seeing a little bit of sell side. Netflix stock falls today after Elon urges people to cancel their subscriptions. Oh, that's crazy. Meta just getting slapped around today. Look at Meta. My oh my. You would think there's a trade there on Meta. Daily chart EMA. Looks like there's a trade. Amazon has gone green. Tesla still green. Apple still strong. Nvidia under a lot of pressure today. Marvell's still under some pressure today. Ethereum still up 3.8. You're going to exit MSTR 345. Honestly, Sarpers, I think you're okay to press that into the end of the week. Looking at Bitcoin here, Bitcoin is pushing. You know, Bitcoin is pushing, but I mean, trimming a little bit isn't bad. Taking profits is always a good sign, but it's looking constructive, your crypto longs. Looking very constructive. Come on, BMNR. Push to 450, guys. Push it. Push it. SPY still trying to hold steady here. BMNR Bros is still trying to chop around. Ethereum still acting well. Enphase is ripping. CRM ripping. Ethereum still 3.96 in a little bit of top with distribution. All right, guys, my SPY put options, I was stopped out at break even on the runners. Stopped out at break even on my SPY puts. Just a heads up. So that was a nice win. First trim, 75%. Stopped out at break even. We will reassess. I would have to see pretty much a potential double top in SPY. A potential double top into that gap fill. SPY is actually holding that point of control quite well. Prior week high could work out again, but I would personally wait for an opening range high, sweep, and retest. Your OR high is your next short level on SPY. That is it. All right, BM&R trying to make a push here. High volume coming in. Let's look at bros again. Still long these two tickers, looking for more upside. Call options on BM&R. And just common shares long on bros. SPY still seeing some top book distribution. You do have your US dollar trying to firm up. That could be troublesome here, guys. That could be troublesome. There is a potential head and shoulders forming on the SPY 10-minute. I mean, if that triggers, yikes. In the options group, I did issue a little bit of a SPY lotto trade. I'm rolling in the profits that I just made from the dip this morning. So I just took a lotto trade on SPY. Again, it's a lotto, so size appropriately if you partake in it. BM&R getting sold into. Bros is still struggling here. Dixie's creeping here. Intel's still green. Nike's still trying to push. Snapchat making a little bit of recovery. Ethereum still seeing a little bit of distribution. CNC ripping. Oops, CNC. Come on. Can't type today. CNC. BM&R is starting to soften up just a little bit. Look at CNC punching to the high side here. Beautiful mover there. Beautiful. JP Morgan still struggling. BM&R struggling. Bros is struggling just a touch here. Come on, bros. High volume. Give us a bounce. Give us a bounce, bros. BM&R getting sold into. No real movement yet in Ethereum, but BM&R trying to lose. Back testing point of control. Trying to shake out the people here. Again, my stop loss is this 5-minute close. All right, we're seeing bros trying to make a little bit of a move here. Come on. SPY still trying to press here. S&P 500 trying to go green with the Russell. Russell still leading the charge to the upside right now. JP Morgan still under pressure. SPY still trying to grind. Russell pushing. Dixie pushing. Still have weakness in Nvidia. Cypher mining, that's acted well. Bros is trying to firm up. Let's look at some of these other plays. Iron might catch a bid here as Cypher, guys, is starting to rip to the upside. Crazy. Crazy move. Snapchat trying to make a little bit of a red to green reversal. It's very close to doing so. JP Morgan still down 1%, but off of the lows. Adobe really struggling. Ethereum still holding steady, but softening a little bit. Tesla up 1.1, Intel up 1.95, Lithium Americas Corp up 20, Plug Power up 12, Nvidia down 0.8, RZLV up 14, Open Door up 4, Pfizer up 3.3, AES up 14.2, SoFi green, Nike still up 3.3. Rigetti's just turned green. QuantumScape up 11.9% on QS. Crazy moves. Look at these moves. QuantumScape trying to rip here. Is this a bull flag breakout? Potentially. Let's look at SoundHound. SoundHound is catching a nice little volume bid here. Let's look at BBAI. BBAI quietly creeping up as well. Interesting. Interesting. Not too bad here. Not too bad. EMNR struggling here. Jeez. Your dollar chart is trying to firm up. Let's look at some of those recent IPOs. Names like StubHub, still trying to find a bit of a base. Let's look at Pattern, PTRN. Pattern trying to rip today, intraday. Interesting. Pattern's chart's not looking too bad intraday. You did have some insider buying and accumulation. Lululemon still trying to push. Google acting pretty weak today. BMNR, come on BMNR. Push, push, push. What's crude oil doing today? Let's take a peek. So we do have crude oil inventories later today. Crude is right now down 0.79. Nat gas is still green. Bitcoin still up 2.8. Amazon turned green. Apple green. Tesla green. Meta down 2.7. Google down 1.21. Nvidia down 0.8. Interesting. Still seeing bros trying to shake off the sell side pressure. Still very weak down here. Extremely oversold on your hourly chart. Oversold on your 4-hour chart. Come on, bros. BMNR, come on. SPY pushing. 665. SPY is now back above that prior week high, guys. So you're coming into an aggressive short level on your S&P 500 again. I repeat, it's an aggressive level to short the OR high. Let it sweep this red bar candle. Just understand they're trying to push it for the gap fill. It looks like they are. Market is climbing the wall of worry. What a bounce, guys. What crazy volatility. Up, down, up. Will we retest the lows? Craziness. Crazy, crazy. Ethereum trying to make another push here. Look at that SPY. Ripping. Come on, BMNR. Firm up here. Firm up. Still waiting on Dutch Bros to shake out some of those weak hands. Come on, bounce us. SPY right back to the high of that prior week where we shorted it last time, but it's not as strong as it was off of the open. You're getting some buy side pressure in Altimmune, ALT, trying to make a move here. Trying. Micron strong, open door, moving. SPY looking for a breakout. Surprised BMNR hasn't made a move here, guys. I'm very shocked. Ethereum still holding technical structure. To wonder. A little bit of manipulation under the hood of BMNR, maybe? S&P sweeping that opening range high. Your S&P is going for a push here. This is an aggressive shortable level yet again on SPY. I'm going to just wait a little bit and see if we can move into the gap fill. But this is technically another aggressive short level, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to keep my longs. Come on, BMNR. Get your big ass up there. All right, so intraday wrap up here. SPY down 0.19, Q's down 0.19. They're evenly keeled, matched right now. IWM is down 0.12. It is outperforming. Amazon's up 0.8, making a red to green reversal. Microsoft still struggling, down 0.86%. Nvidia down 0.78. Apple down 0.79. Google testing 240, down 1.27%. Meta down 2.5%, Tesla ripping up 1.97%, BMNR starting to trickle a little bit lower here. Breaking that point of control volume shelf on BMNR. Uh-oh. Ethereum seeing a little bit of selling as your US dollar is trying to firm up. Your US Dixie, guys, is trying to catch a bid, so I might get stopped out of this BMNR. You can see the dollar firming up here. That could apply pressure to the equity markets here. Yields are still weak. Come on, BMNR, still hold steady. You're okay, you're okay. Still waiting on BROS to firm up here. Robinhood starting to come down. Tesla now up 2.1%. Nice call out there, Maria. Hopefully you went long on your Tessie. But Tessie is ripping 450s. Pushing. Tesla ripping. Crazy. Robinhood starting to trickle a little bit lower here. Same thing with BMNR. SPY has a little bit of top wick distribution. Imagine this is a head and shoulders on SPY. If you fail to fill this gap and take out the high, it could give you a bear target all the way down here. That would be a huge lotto reversal trade down. If this turns into a 5-10 minute head and shoulders on SPY, wow, that would be crazy. Yeah, nice job, Maria. Nice job. Meta's still struggling. Google's still struggling. You're on the long side of SPX as well. Just be careful. Be careful. But SPY's looking constructive. Especially the fact that you've had a couple 5-minute closes above this prior week high. The next big level is if you can build a base above your opening range high. That would be constructive. Very constructive. 10-minute candles looking to close above that wide range red bar sell-off. That would also be another constructive close in the next 4 minutes and 36 seconds. If SPY can get that 10-minute candle close above this hard reversal, that would also be very constructive. Nike still pushing up 3.9. Big Bear AI making it onto the high volume list up 4%. Cypher Mining up 6.7. SoFi, QuantumScape. Look at QuantumScape. My oh my. I'm so shocked BMNR hasn't broken out, but look at QS. Holy moly. Damn. Into a gap fill. I wouldn't short this until you swept the high. That is just ripping. Holy moly. Ripping to the upside. BBAI pushing. Pushing. Let's look at LAC. LAC still holding steady. Let's look at some of these other lithium-based. ALB acting quite well. AES on the buyout rumors, acting quite well. Intel still acting quite well. Interesting. Seeing a lot of buying pressure still creeping in. BROS trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Still a name that I think could make a red to green reversal itself. BMNR still just consolidating here. Ethereum trying to make another push now. SPY still acting well. How's MSTR doing? Still holding steady. SBET? How is SBET rallying but BMNR isn't? Weird, eh? So weird. Coins pushing. Wow, they're doing some weird stuff underneath the hood of BMNR. That is weird. Only up 3% on the session? Super weird. Alright, your dollar's softening, guys. That should breathe extra life into the S&P 500. Ethereum trying to make a push here. Big push. I'm expecting BMNR to go for another high of day here. Still waiting on BROS. Lots of volume down here. SPY still trying to get that positive 10-minute close. And that is my max move on SPY today. Believe it or not. That would be crazy. If SPY went to that max move today of 668.50, that would be crazy. Crazy. But you're seeing a lot of stocks turning green. A lot of stocks that were red are turning green. Buy side pressure coming in. Government shutdown, say what? Government shutdown, say what? Government shutdown ain't worrying the markets right now. We are looking for a 10-minute positive close on SPY. SPY's looking like it is breaking to the high side, like we're going to get another high of day. Crazy. Let's just push this. And if you're an aggressive trader, you can short this on SPY. Gap fills a bit better. If you're aggressive, you can short that using a tight stop loss. That's your high pivot sweep. That is your high pivot sweep on SPY. If they don't get this positive 10-minute candle close, we could be in trouble here. Yeah, SPY could still come down, guys. Just be very careful. Technically, you've now closed a 5-minute candle close above your OR high. The bulls do not want to lose this area. They do not want to lose it. But it's in a very aggressive short zone. You're sweeping the liquidity. You're stopping out shorts. That's what the market makers want to do before they take it lower. If they are to take it lower, they always want to stop out shorts and grab that liquidity. They do not want to pay people, but we're remarkably strong. Hard for me to chase it after a nice little rally, but technically if you're wanting to get long, I would wait for a retest of your prior week high. That's your retrace buy zone on SPY. Prior week high, so around 665 Pierce. That's where SPY should, if we pull back here, SPY should maintain above this prior week high. BMNR is still struggling. Ethereum, I'm surprised BMNR is struggling. I mean, look at this ETH chart. They are just keeping a lid on BMNR for some reason, and I don't know what. Like Ethereum punching to the highs here, and BMNR just cannot get going. That's really odd. Really odd. Still waiting on Bros. BROS. Trying to firm up. IWM running into a little bit of double top resistance. So here the IWM didn't punch through the daily highs, running into a bit of double top resistance. You look at the Russell 2000, and we are still trading inside of a little bit of a nasty head and shoulders formation, guys. This is a back test of your neckline. The downside target of this head and shoulders takes us to 238 if it were to fulfill the downside move. If you get back above that, then it negates the pattern. So it's a big level here that the Russell needs to try to recapture. Oh my goodness, BMNR, what are you doing? Tom Lee, come on. The time I need Tom Lee, is he not going to come through for me? We'll see. All right, here's these TP targets. We'll erase that TP target. Wow, they're selling BMNR here. Don't know why. Pure manipulation here. Pure manipulation. What are you guys doing? That's just crazy. Ethereum is pushing up to the high side and BMNR is curling down. Like, what the heck? Come on. Come on. Open door now up 3. Snapchat down 1.17. Nike up 4. Big Berry Eye up 3.37. Amazon back to the red side. Microsoft down 1%. Nvidia. Wow, look at Nvidia. Another red to green push for Nvidia. Big bunch. Big punch higher. So QQQ is almost green. With that big punch in Nvidia, QQQ almost green. IWM almost green. So you're struggling mega caps there are Microsoft, Microsoft, Google, and Meta. Tesla, Apple outperforming. Netflix struggling quite a bit. Crude oil inventories are out. Let's take a look at what crude is doing here. WTI crude, initial dip. Let me check out, see what the inventories are here, guys. So crude oil inventories are out. And we have 1.5 million estimate coming in at 1.792. So a bigger than expected drawdown. So crude oil. Let's see what happens here with crude. Interesting. Keep BMR open here. IWM trying to firm up. Crude oil catching a bit of a bid here. Big push on Nike. Look at the push on Ethereum, guys. This is your back test yet again for BMNR. BMNR should go to the highs. I mean, Ethereum is way too strong now, 4.5% and squeezing, breaking out of a bull flag pattern here. Like, come on. That should be moving. You know, not much resistance on Ethereum up until you get to 4,400. So come on, ETH, squeeze it, squeeze it. Keep SPY on watch here. Still waiting on ticker BROS, but those are common shares, so no rush. SMCI doing really well. MongoDB doing well. NVIDIA is now green. We are seeing SPY trying to press here. Dutch Bros, guys, is trying to make a little bit of a push here. Come on, Dutch Bros. Make a push. SPY heading to gap fill. SPY is trying to make a move here. A lot more strength creeping back into the equity market today. A lot more strength creeping in. Big strength in NVIDIA. NVIDIA went green there, slightly negative now, but SPY did hit the gap. Look at CDNS. CDNS making a nice push today. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Go CDNS. Alright, I'm flat on my BROS. Dutch Bros is starting to wake up here. Come on. BMNR starting to press here. Ethereum, new highs. Alright, we're now green on BROS. My first TP on BROS comes into this gap fill here. Bros is starting to press here, guys. Bros is starting to press. IWM ripping. Come on, BMNR. We've had SPY hit that gap fill. Look where SPY just ripped to into the gap. Almost filled it. Not quite, though. Not quite. Bros is still pushing here. Come on, bros. Take us to gap fill, and then the secondary gap at TP. That would be a really nice win for us. That would put us up about 2%, a dollar over each share. Good morning, Ram. Ethereum pumping. Come on, BMNR. Push it. Bros is pushing. SPY still underneath that gap fill. Crude oil still taking a breather. NVIDIA's turned green. Still seeing a little bit of strength creeping into your mega caps. Google Meta is still under pressure. Tesla still acting very well. Look at Bros. Bros is looking stronger. Bros was one of our pre-market setups. Come on, Bros. Interesting. That's funny. Some cricket drama. BMR still just waiting. Still waiting on Dutch Bros. A little bit of a bid there. SPY is starting to get rejected here, ladies and gents. Your S&P is starting to come in pretty hard here. Off of that gap fill, we'll see what type of sell side pressure we get back into that OR high. Remember, you could easily dip back down to prior week high. That's where the bulls need to defend it. If you start closing on a 5 and 10 minute basis below your prior week high, that is some troublesome price action. We could easily revisit the lows. For now, market is strong, trend is strong. Give the bulls the benefit of the doubt, but watch that prior week high level. That is a very big area that the bulls need to maintain structure above. See what happens. Still waiting on our Dutch bros. We are green on bros. My average is 51.52. Still waiting on BMNR. Robinhood is starting to trickle down here, so we are seeing a little bit of weakness creeping into a leader. Let's look at some of these leaders here. Palantir, that's had a strong break to the high side. Robinhood coming in sharply here. Let's look at Roblox. Roblox is under quite a bit of pressure today. Interesting. JP Morgan still seeing some net sell side pressure. So be careful with SPY longs. Again, if we start losing critical levels, SPY, fear, and volatility could creep in back into the mix. The positive for the market is you've had NVIDIA just rip from red to green. If we look at the mid-sector update, right now you have quite a bit of selling under the hood of the market, guys. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sectors red on the session. Your strength is in healthcare today, so I'll throw that up into the chat, mid-sector update. So not a positive sign. We look at those sectors on the side of my screen here, and we're going to observe sell side pressure in your regionals. You got sell side pressure in materials, communications, financials, energy, industrials. Tech is strong. XLK, that's due to NVIDIA and semis firming up. Staples under pressure. Real estate, utilities, healthcare, your standout strength up 1.4%. Consumer discretionary is green because of Tesla, and retail struggling just a little bit. Interestingly to see retail struggling when Nike is pressing and adding a little bit of fuel into the fire. Very, very interesting. All right, guys, we are seeing our Dutch bros trying to firm up here. BROS trying to make a little bit of a high volume push. I do think bros can go from red to green today. I think bros, what you saw yesterday was bros had this beautiful little bottoming tail candle. You've done a full on 100 and it's like 110% retrace. But you've done a full on retrace of that bottoming tail, and it is trying to bounce here. Very oversold intraday. Come on, bros, keep pressing. BMNR trying to push here. Looking at Ethereum's price action, it is just rocketing here to the upside. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still going for that liquidity sweep zone. So take a look at the 2 pivot that Bitcoin is into now. Bitcoin is, let me go to the 4-hour chart here. Bitcoin's retesting this massive previous gap zone, but the bigger level on BTC where I think it can press is this liquidity sweep. So around 118 Pierce, we should see Bitcoin push 118 Pierce. Come on. Looking at Robinhood, that is starting to trickle down here, down 2.17%. So as the market has firmed up, Robinhood really seeing a considerable amount of selling. Quite interesting to observe. Pretty big bounce today on VST, Vistra Corp. Very strong move there. Nice move on ENVX. We are seeing the IWM starting to get a little bit heavier here. So your Russell's starting to come in, still never ever made a closing pivot high, so it still technically has that head and shoulders in place. Your S&P 500 now is getting rejected. Again, prior week high, big level for your S&P 500. That needs to be watched carefully. BMNR is still trying to form this wedge pattern. BMNR is getting close to a potential breakout intraday, guys. Take a look at BMNR forming a very tight wedge pattern intraday. Very tight. Which way is it going to go? Come on, break it to the high side, BMNR. All right, so your S&P is firming up here, just a touch, right, bouncing nicely off of your prior day. Amazon still weak on the session. Volume starting to come into Dutch Bros, guys. We are seeing BROS catching a little bit more volume here. Let's see if this double bottom will hold. How's Snowflake doing? That's acting quite well. Let's look at the hourly charts here. Entries. Let's look at Carvana here real quick. Just going to run through some of these usuals. Carvana looking pretty heavy. How's that KMX doing from that gap down? Oh, BMNR not cooperating here. KMX still under some pressure. Core we've turned green. Let's take a look at Hertz, HTZ. Hertz is still seeing a little bit of sell side. Adobe wreck today. Pepsi trying to firm up. IONQ. Let's look at OKLO real quick. So you have crypto stocks are under a little bit of pressure again. OKLO still trading near the lows. BMNR trying to break down just a little bit. Let's look at space stocks, SMR. That's trying to hold steady. Let's look at RKLB, Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs is trying to firm up just a little bit here. Let's look at VSAT. VSAT had a bit of a downgrade today. That name's made a nice reversal off of the lows. Interesting. How is ASTS? ASTS trying to actually firm up here. How's RKT? RKT trying here. Nike still pushing here, guys. So Nike still looking considerably firm and strong on the session. Looks like Nike could potentially revisit the highs of the tape. QuantumScape has faded a little bit, but still strong. Plug Power still ripping on the session. Your S&P 500 still trying to hold steady. Retesting that OR high yet again. See what happens with the markets. Markets are still actually holding quite well. I'm still maintaining my Dutch Bros day trade long. I'm still maintaining my BMNR call options, but I do have a lotto trade in place for SPY as well. We will see what happens. We already took 75% on our initial dip on SPY, so we are making money in the live day trade room yet again. Oracle has turned green as well. Micron up 5.3%. Extraordinary price action for MU. Ripping to new highs here. Crazy. Crazy. Open door pushing. Open door WDC ripping. OKLO still green. IONQ still green. Google still struggling. Snapchat has turned green. Nvidia is still up 0.4%. Ethereum now up 4.36%. Constellation Brands still doing wonderfully well. SE doing wonderfully well. CoreWeave's back to the green side. Look at BM&R starting to punch higher here. About time BM&R could be ready for a squeeze. This is a bull flag pattern in the making for BM&R, guys. Bullish wedge formation, supported by an hourly chart inverse head and shoulders. So we are looking poised for a squeeze, guys. We're looking poised for a squeeze in crypto stocks. Come on, we've been patient with this BM&R. It's tried shaking us out on numerous attempts, but I think our patience is going to get rewarded here. If this can trigger this bull flag pattern, you got a really nice, this is a very nice structural flag pattern here. You know, upside of the flag pattern takes us to 55.89. SPY still holding steady. Can I talk about JP Morgan? Yeah, for sure. So JP Morgan and financials have been under pressure, but usually you get really big bounces, and that's what occurred here in JP Morgan. But what I'm seeing is you get morning sell side pressure, afternoon bounces. So usually where the heavy volume is in the morning, big funds are unloading, institutional and bank stocks right now. But remember, JP Morgan's a quality company, so it takes a lot to really push it to the downside. And you can see a huge bounce. JP Morgan hitting this long-term parallel channel. I still think it needs more sell-side pressure. You've started breaking down on your weekly and daily chart divergences. Again, it's a tough stock to short because of the institutional bias, obviously the US largest bank, and you can see it respects technical levels. Like, look at what you bounced off of today. You pierced that 20 moving average, which is at 3057. You came all the way down to 307.50, so you pierced it by a full dollar. And look at that epic bounce. But you're starting to break down below the 7-day moving average. You haven't closed below the 7-day moving average really since the sell-off over here. So once JP Morgan breaches the 7-day, it starts to go through a bit of distribution on your larger time frame. So I'm watching to see if it can close below that 7-day, because if it does, then you will likely see more sell side pressure over the coming weeks. But very tough name to short. Tesla's still ripping. Let's look at SPY here again. SPY still trying to push to the upside. BM&R trying to make a push. Come on, BM&R. Push it to the limit. Here we go. BM&R is going to trigger this bull flag breakout, guys. I think we're close. Dixie's, though, trying to make a move here. Look at VST today getting gobbled up 3% and squeezing. Vistra Corp, you know, just as it was breaking down yesterday to fill the beautiful gap, negating that whole bearish reversal. Vistra bouncing hard here, maintaining weekly chart structural bullish patterns. VST, a ripper today, up 3.15%. Crazy. Robinhood still struggling just a little bit, but it is trying to find some support. Adobe getting slapped around today. Ultimune keeps trying to squeeze. Let's see if Ultimune can start pressing into the 450 zone. Want to see it go for this gap fill. High risk biotech. So a little interesting 5-minute chart pattern on SPY. It's a very weird and it's not really congruent, but there's an inverse head and shoulders on SPY 5-minute chart. That's building, hasn't triggered, it's building. And again, it's a really sloppy one, but it's there, right? So your left shoulder would be here, your head, your right shoulder, you're currently building right over that opening range high. So if this were to trigger, you can see you got a 669 TP. Yeah, I was up late last night. I've got a big meeting at City Hall to try to stop a development near a family home. So I've been studying recently wetland conservation laws and um, Ontario wetland surveys and endangered species acts. So we've been putting together this big presentation. So I was up late last night. And if it doesn't get stopped by the city, then we're going to launch a lawsuit and at least get paid from the project. Because it's probably about a close to $1 billion project, so we can squeeze some money out of that. All right, volume trends are lightening up here. Volume trends are lightening up here. SPY can see more upside, but it needs to make a decision here shortly. Right now it's just burning premium and theta. Still maintaining bullish structure. You're above OR high. You're above prior week. Prior week is your big bullish back test level. Why do I say that? Because this is where you broke down before, and then you broke out, and then this is also where you broke down here and pressed, and then you gapped over that. So prior week is your big spot. Welcome, welcome. Come on, BMNR. Push it. Dixie's catching a little bit of a bid, ladies and gents. Small bid. BMNR trying to push. Ethereum still testing over 43.26 up nicely on the session. You're seeing some considerable momentum creeping into ENVX, breaking out of a bull flag. I like ENVX quite a bit, guys. This chart pattern is looking extremely, extremely good. You know, if you trigger this inverse head and shoulders, you got a couple different ways you can measure it. But ENVX is looking quite saucy here. Look at BMNR starting to move. But ENVX could be in the next squeezer, guys. Putting this on your radar. All right, BMNR breaking out of its flag pattern. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We could be off to the races here. SPY also trying to break out. Looking decent. Looking decent. Altimmune also starting to squeeze, guys. ALT, huge volume coming in. This one could easily be up double digits. Altimmune could be going for 420 today. Our BM&R is starting to wake up. Here we go, guys. Here we go. The spread on the calls are starting to move here. Let's get it. We have been patient. SPY into its gap fill. SPY triggering a potential 5-minute bullish pattern here. Crazy move. IWM not really participating just yet. Interestingly, this is just a S&P and QQQ push. QQQ went green. Amazon green, Apple, Nvidia green, Tesla green. Here we go. Come on, BM&R, push it. BM&R could squeeze. Our call options are waking up. Let's get these 5450s in the money, guys. Come on. Volume's coming in. Volume is coming in. Spread is blowing out, which is telling me they're probably going to press it even higher here. Down, guys. Robinhood coming in hard. Still very strong. I mean, you look at that weekly candle, still a huge move. But taking some profits today on Hood. That's for sure. SE still acting well. ENVX still acting very well. Look at ENVX squeeze here. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm getting a little bit of a breakdown in your Russell. Russell's coming in. IONQ. Let's look at OKLO again. Nike still holding technical structure. Ford having a good day as well. Trying to float and grind. BBAI starting to squeeze here. Big breakout. QS has taken a bit of a breather. Consolidating against Snapchat, making that red to green reversal. Pfizer. Wow, look at Pfizer, man. Holy moly. Just absolutely ripping. Ripping. Huge move. Healthcare stocks are catching a bid and a half. Tell you that much. Look at MRK. Huge move. Crazy. That is filthy. CNC taking a breather. UNH still consolidating right on that EMA 113. BMNR still trying to press here. Dixie trying to firm to the upside. Healthcare stocks are still seeing a huge bid here. Massive move in XLV. Big move. Let's look at VRTX, pharmaceuticals. Yeah, that's having a big bid. Oscar not really participating. HIMS. So it's really your XL baskets, your pharmaceutical names that are ripping. HIMS is kind of muted. JP Morgan. Let's see JPM here. Looking like it's trying to trickle a little bit lower. Your US dollar is trying to firm up here. JP Morgan still down 1.12%. Strong day for solar, continuing. Nat gas. Ooh, Nat gas might be getting ready for a short. Guys, the risky business is that you have inventories, but Nat gas quietly trying to creep back to the highs. A retest of the highs, I would short Nat gas. I like it. All right, BMNR waking up. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's look at SPY again. PayPal's green. Okta's green. Marvell's still negative. Unfortunately. Google's still struggling. Open Door up 4.3. Lululemon's gotten faded. Oracle had a really big push. That's now up 2.3. Altimmune up 6. IONQ up 2.6. SoFi is getting slightly faded. Adobe just nasty price action on Adobe. CoreWeave slightly green. Robinhood still struggling. BMNR. Wait till that impulse. We're close to an impulse candle breakout, guys, on BMNR. You're going to see a fat green candle. It's brewing. The volume trends are brewing. You've broken out on your 5-minute chart intraday. You're trying to stage a bit of a 10-minute breakout, but you're going to see an impulse candle very soon here. Very, very soon on BMNR. Come on, baby. JP Morgan softening. All right, guys. SPY could be an aggressive short off of that gap fill, failing to break out that high pivot. JP Morgan softening here. So if you're wanting to short SPY, you can use a stop loss, a 5-minute close, or even a 3-minute close above these areas could work out. So again, stop loss would be here. You can use either a 3 or 5-minute close. It's an aggressive area, but it could work out. The risk to rewards in your favor here. You could easily get a pullback down to your prior week high. Here we go. It's rolling. No breakout on BMNR. We are seeing SPY dipping. Dipping for you. Do 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 do. Ethereum coming in. BMNR coming in. Oh, come on, BMNR. BMNR sucks, man. BMNR sucks, I tell you. That's just ruthless. It's 11:11, guys. Make a wish if you're superstitious. Dixie's trying to push. Look at Ultimmune, guys. ALT. ALT. Starting to catch that volume. Better be watching. What's it trading on the daily volume today? 1.37 million. Decent. That's decent for sure. Ah, BM&R getting slapped, guys. Ah, BM&R are under a lot of pressure, guys. Is it a failed breakout? Perhaps. Might be a failed breakout. Your US dollar is pushing. US dollar is pushing. That's not a nice candle. Good night, Reddit. Yeah, Reddit was under a lot of pressure in the pre-market. Let's see what it's doing. Wow. Wow. And it could go lower. It was down even more in the pre-market. But yeah, Reddit's, look at that nasty head and shoulders. Reddit's under a lot of pressure. Oh my goodness, they are knifing BM&R. Oh my goodness, that is filthy on BM&R. Why did they do that to me? That stock, man. Ah, BM&R, I hate you. I hate you. Can't believe you. Can't believe you, BM&R. You suck. Just as when it was looking constructive, Tom Lee comes in and says, no way. Right back down to the lower boundary wedge. Yeah, Reddit is nasty. Reddit is nasty. Still waiting on BROS, guys. Bros, still seeing some volume down here. Basically flat. It's a big daily chart level for bros. It's also close to a weekly chart level. It's almost into a swing tradable level, to be honest. Nice 618, EMA 113. You're hitting the 1-year moving average on the daily. So, I mean, not a bad swing trade area. But surprised it hasn't bounced a little more. But BM&R, fortunately, all right, IWM is looking a little bit weaker here, looking like a little bit of an intraday H pattern, bear flag. Your Russell's underperforming the market right now. Your dollar index, guys, is trying to firm up here and break out. So we should see if that affects your S&P 500. S&P is still holding quite steady. Members, I just issued a live trade alert as well. Another live trading alert. Here we go, SPY. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Dixie's ripping. BMNR is still trying to hold steady. Your Russell's coming in a little bit. Amazon down 0.05, Microsoft down 0.77, Nvidia down 0.31. So again, members, if we flush into this just before prior week high, I will trim half. I will trim half. Did issue some put option alerts for members. Live trading. It's very aggressive, risky. SPY still holding steady, but you are seeing the Russell coming in a little bit. You're seeing the Dixie coming in a little bit. SPY still trying to hold technical structure. SPY's trying to make a little bit of a push here. Same thing with BMNR. Dixie's starting to screen here a little bit, guys. Your dollar index is starting to rip. Wow, look at that US dollar. Holy moly. What is happening with your US Dixie? Breaking out of a high pivot. Alright guys, I'm closing my BMNR puts here. The dollar is just looking too strong here. Or sorry, my BMNR calls. The dollar's just looking too strong here. Dixie's and this is the concerning part that I'm seeing is that US dollar acting too strong right now. I'm not too sure why that's starting to push so heavily right now, but that US dollar is starting to actually rip quite heavily here. Very firmly that US dollar is ripping. That's a bit of a concern to me. That's a very considerable concern. Nvidia is starting to soften up here. Still have the markets acting pretty well. Robinhood curling. You've got the Russell underneath its point of control volume zone. Silver miners are getting slightly faded. Core week back to the negative side. Bitcoin still acting well. Ethereum still holding steady. Gold starting to come in a little bit. Nat gas still up 0.62. SPY still trying to press. Dixie's softening just a little bit. JP Morgan still acting well. Nvidia holding steady. Robinhood still coming in. Palantir still acting well. Palantir acting very well. Apple's starting to get faded from the highs yet again. Apple's underneath its prior day high. Dixie softening, that's usually helpful. Your yields are still soft. 2-year down 1.3, 10-year yield down 0.6. Nvidia is starting to soften up here. Gold coming in, crude oil trying to make a little bit of a move. Microsoft stabilizing, Amazon trying to catch a bid. QQQ still stabilizing, Nvidia curling down. IWM catching a bid. SPY trying to push above that gap again. Big push on SPY. SPY making a rally here. Are they going to take your S&P green? Right back above that gap. You keep seeing sell side pressure off that gap. The question is, are the sellers going to abate? Are the buyers going to win? It's looking like the buyers are trying to press it here. They are trying. Dixie still softening. Nvidia coming in just a little bit on Nvidia. Let's look at our semis as a whole. Still have strength in your SOXX. SOXX is green as opposed to the Q's negative, so semis are still seeing net liquidity inflows. Let's look at ARKK. ARK starting to soften, but that's up 1%, so more of your speculative names are pushing. See what happens here with SPY. SPY trying to make a push here. US dollar taking a little bit of a breather here. You can see as the Dixie softens, S&P tries to push, so there's still a pretty strong correlation. But the dollar has firmed up off of the lows. We'll see if it influences the markets. You still have yields weak. S&P trying to make a run here. SPY did make a new high of day there. Sweeping liquidity. They're going to punch it through the high side there. Nvidia's pulling back a little bit, but you're getting a little bit more participation from the broad market. Dixie trying to firm up yet again. Still seeing some sell side pressure off of this high S&P zone. IWM catching a little bit of liquidity and bid. Nvidia is still trying to curl down. Open door having a nice breakout on your 10-minute chart. Snapchat back negative. Marvell still struggling. Nvidia is getting faded a little bit here. So again, it's going to be tough for the market to break out here unless Nvidia catches that bid. Let's run through the quick mega caps here. Apple also curling slightly lower, so S&P is getting a little bit more of that relative strength. Microsoft trying to stabilize. Google trying to curl to the upside. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon is also trying to press a little bit. Meta, how's Meta doing? Meta still curling down. S&P breaking out of a little bit of an intraday flag. S&P 500 breaking out to the high side. IWM still trying to trend. Markets are looking very constructive here. They are looking, Meta looks like it could be due for a potential reversal, bouncing and defending that EMA 113. SPY could press here. SPY is going for new highs now. You've triggered that inverse head and shoulders, so bullish pattern could take us to 669. Don't think it'll happen today, but you're trying to confirm the 5-minute breakout. This candle's looking to confirm it. Here we go. SPY's looking better. S&P 500 did confirm that intraday 5-minute breakout. We got a nice higher close, so the trend is very strong. Very tough tape to short from here on in. Very tough. Markets are pushing. Again, this little bit of a breakout pattern suggests 669 potential upside in your S&P today. That would likely mean that Meta just starts to rip higher. Crazy. So pullbacks can likely be bought on your S&P today. So on the next S&P dip, guys, I am looking at taking some upside calls on the next dip on SPY. Let's look at Tesla here. Tesla's still actually outperforming. Tesla could easily keep pushing to the highs of its session. You got Dutch Bros finally starting to firm up here. See if we can press that name higher. Acting quite well. Markets are looking solid here, guys. Very solid. Quantum names performing. Staples are still under pressure. What else? We got Baba still pushing. Let's look at Humana here. ADI. Biogen having a strong day. Let's look at Uber and Lyft. Uber still under pressure. LYFT. That's still just consolidating. Procter down. Baxter. Material Resources strong. Unity Software. Let's take a peek at that name. That one's still coming in a little bit. Let me see where some of our moving averages. Oh, Unity's sitting right on that 50-day. Interesting. This is the first back test of your 50-day on Unity Software since we broke out here in June. Typically, you will get a bit of a bid. Interesting. Let's look at AFRM because this market could be in for a bit of a squeezer. UPST. The way that this is shaping up, markets are barely green on, they're not even green yet, but wow. UPST has been sold into. It's looking like a potential trend day, guys. It's looking like a trend day. Silver still strong. Regional banks still negative. Still quite a bit of red on the screen. So if you start to see more stocks turning green, that would certainly help this trending day. Let's look at BlackBerry again. That's digesting price action after we took profits there. Let's look at energy. Yeah, Valero, nice pullback. XOM, solid pullback. See marijuana names here, CGC. They've just been basically liquidity traps. Every single pop gets sold into. Nasty, nasty, nasty. NVAX is having a solid day today. Novavax breaking out. Wow. How's Sava doing? Yeah, Sava also having a solid looking daily chart. Wow. Up 11% today. Interesting. Let's look at SRPT. Another one that's due for a potential breakout here. It's putting a nice rounding right shoulder formation. Interesting. This name could also squeeze today. Wow, look at them pressing your S&P 500. Seeing a lot more buy pressure coming in. A lot more buy pressure. eVTOL stocks are still doing well. Archer Aviation. Joby squeezing. They are pushing this market up here. Roku strong. Oracle ripping. Let's look at AI here. Still underperforming a little bit, AI. They're trying to make a move. Meta's probably going to make a big push here to help these markets. Microsoft still struggling. Interesting. BBAI looking like Big Bear wants to squeeze some more. Open door squeezing. Let's look at BETR. Better Homes. Also squeezing. How's our 3D printing? Markets are trending here. Wow. Strong breakout and continuation move. Marvell is trying to bounce as well. MRVL starting to try to firm up here. Markets are not giving any sort of a pullback yet. I'd love to see a pullback, but it looks like we're going to easily take out the all-time high today, guys. There's a lot of time left in the session. Looking like a bit of a trender today to the upside. What a dump and then reversal. Magnificent. SOX L looks like it's going to take out the highs as well. A little bit of resistance here on the SPY. Let's get rid of these TP zones. So again, this resistance that we're hitting now on your S&P goes all the way back. Can't even see it, but it goes far down to your tariff low pivot through your September pivot there. That's what we're currently running into right now. So we saw harsh rejection there on yesterday. We're back testing that area, but making a new weekly high. But markets are strong. MRK still continuously seeing buy side pressure, very strong. Very strong. Take it to 100. Take it to 100. Finally, Merck has been participating. This has been a tough name, carving out a really big base down here, but finally starting to make a move. Let's look at HIMS again. Oscar, CVNA. I think NVX, ENVX is going to give us another high push here. All right, guys, I'm going to take some end of week 1050 calls on ENVX as a little bit of a day trade. ENVX 1050 calls. I was hoping for a pullback in this market, but jeez, we are just ripping. 1050 calls for end of week are pretty cheap. 22 cents on the bid. Okay, I want to see if we can get a small dip on SPY, but I'm looking at ENVX 1050 calls for end of week as a little bit of another day trade long. Also looking to buy some SPY calls if we dip, but wow, it's not giving much here. Bros is trying to firm up here as well, guys. BROS. Struggling just a little bit, but it is trying to firm up. We're still holding some long exposure on that name. S&P pushing new highs, eh? Crazy. Crazy, crazy. JP Morgan starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure here, getting slightly rejected here intraday. So it seems that you're still seeing a bit of sell side pressure in your financials, and that capital is clearly still pressing into your healthcare. Still have strength in XLK, XLC just lagging a little bit. XLY is also trying to push higher here intraday. IWM right now still just backtesting that trend line. It's very, very close. IWM is interesting here. You're above your opening ranges. You're right at the neckline of that head and shoulders. You're technically above that right shoulder pivot. So it's trying to invalidate the bearish pattern. Very interesting. Rose is coming in a little bit. ENVX. Pushing out to the high side here. All right, we're still trending here in the markets. I'm probably going to grab some lunch here as we're just doing the good old-fashioned float and grind. Right now, the S&P is in very strong bullish alignment. VST breaking out to the highs of the session yet again. Your dollar is putting in a bit of a 5-10 minute bull flag pattern. Wow, look at VST ripping here. Nasty breakdown on ticker BBD. Let's look at Reddit real quick. RDDT. Wow, Reddit's still selling here. That is filthy. Down 10%. Reddit looks like it wants to go lower. New IPO. FRMI. Fermi. Pushing to the upside. Seeing a little bit of top wick selling in your Russell. IWM still seeing some little bit of selling off of that neckline, that head and shoulders. You see your pre-market low on your Russells all the way down to here. Imagine they were nasty with it and started selling that Russell. All right, your DXY, guys, breaking out here. Going for pre-market high. It looks like a W formation on your Dixie. So I need to watch that carefully. Markets are extended here just below that all-time high. It looks like they want to go for a liquidity sweep on your S&P 500. We are so close to all-time highs here. So close. All right, guys, I'm gonna grab some lunch here. 12 o'clock, low volume trends. Dixie's trying to pop here. Stocks are still trending to the upside, but you got to be careful because that Dixie, if it breaks out of this W formation, it could put a little bit of pressure. The markets are into a bit of a double top all-time high, as well as a trend line going all the way back to your tariff low, collecting through major pivots. So just be careful here with the equity markets. Um, just put protective stops in place if you're in profit or if you're trying to trade these markets long. Um, if the market was to retest your OR high here again, that would be your first, I think, aggressive buy level. I still would have liked to see prior week high retested, but maybe it still comes. But I would consider taking a long on SPY off of prior week high. Okay? But this Dixie's looking really strong right now. Very, very strong. All right, guys, I'm just gonna make myself some lunch. WM retesting its point of control volume shelf. If it loses that, could have a quick drop down to 240.90, and then you could even go lower than that, much lower. So watching, this is a little bit of initial pullback. We'll see if they want to take a little bit deeper. Again, my level on SPY, I'd love to see that prior week high retest for potential bounce. Natural gas is into a shortable level here as well. I'm going to see if it wants to press a little bit higher, but nat gas starting to get into that 200 moving average resistance, liquidity sweep of the high. Could still push a little bit more, maybe to 355, so I'll be a little bit cautious, but has officially hit my short zone. KOLD knifing. You can see cold. We traded it off this level once before. Perhaps it wants to go down to this EMA down here. Gap fill, EMA. Interesting. As I just started shorting natural gas via KOLD, I'm in KOLD long. Half position. Natural gas is squeezing. Just trying to make a move. So I'm officially shorting natural gas, half position. Big push here. Big push. It's ticker BROS, trying to make a move to the high side here. I like it. I like it a lot. Bros is catching some serious volumes. Let's take it. Nat gas starting to come in. Bros is moving. Bros is moving. Nat gas starting to come in. Liquidity sweep and drop. Lean with it. Again, nat gas inventories tomorrow. Did a video yesterday. Statistically, when nat gas rallies into inventories, it generally sells off. So it's a high probability trade using historical previous price action mixed with technicals. So it usually works out to be a high probability trade setup. You can see KOLD catching a nice bounce already. Right off of that zone. So let's see how much nat gas wants to dip. The smart investors will pare back profits into inventories tomorrow. That's generally what you see. So we'll see what happens here, but it's still strong. Just pushing here. Bros is pushing. I know, weird. They were doing weird stuff to crypto. It's just, that's why I exited my BM&R. I didn't like the way they were keeping equities pinned. But yeah, you're right. They were doing some weird stuff, right? You know, I was noticing that too, that like crypto was so strong and they weren't really moving. You know, it's had a nice 3-day bounce here, MSTR. Still up 6%, but weird, right? new all-time highs in the S&P. So beautiful price action in your S&P today, making new all-time highs yet again. We will see whether or not they can hold it on a closing basis, but strong price action. Catching a little bit of a bid in XOM here off of the lows. JP Morgan and financials still remain a little bit weak today. You're not getting participation from them. So if you were to get some participation from other laggers in the market, this market can still squeeze up to that TP 669. Again, my max move was 668.50, but the TP of this little micro bullish pattern that we trigger on the 5-minute chart takes us to about potentially 669 Pierce. Crazy. So crazy. Relenting. Massive, man. Such a wild market. Still quite a bit of red in the screen when you look at things, but you have had a lot of your mega cap tech firm up, especially Nvidia. Especially Nvidia and semis. I mean, you look at Micron, SMCI. Rocket Labs trying to make a move. Curling to the upside. Wow, look at ASTS going. That's a beast. Tesla still ripping. ASTS ripping. Natural gas is still holding. Market is in full melt up. Full melt up. Massive push here coming back into the market. Amazon's ripping, Nvidia strong, Apple green, Google green. Meta's your only mega cap tech that's struggling on the tape here. So we have just had a full-fledged ripper. Still waiting on BROS to break out what appears to be an intraday bull flag. We are up on our common shares. Looking for this to pop here. I'm still surprised it hasn't made a bigger move to the upside. I would at least expect it to retest that OR high. Pretty disappointing price action in crypto stocks, so it was a good call exiting our BMNR calls. As the market has been trending higher, you've seen quite a bit of sell side distribution hit your crypto names despite, crypto pulling back a little bit. You've had pretty decent falls in your crypto stocks here. Pretty decent sell side pressure. Crazy. Coinbase acting well though. JP Morgan trying to curl up a little. Nat gas is still a beast, up 3.62%. Nat gas has filled the technical gap. Next resistance is a high pivot. SPY is still trending. Still trending. The dollar got faded. Nvidia is still looking like it wants to push higher. Strong hourly chart, strong 15-minute chart for Nvidia. JP Morgan still weak. Robinhood's still weak. CoreWeave still under pressure. Alright, so we're back in the swing of things here. Power hour is set. Basically, the market has just absolutely roared to that TP upside move. Crazy. Strong session. It's been a relentless trend day. Not really much pullbacks to get into the market. Since we broke out here, this was the best pullback. But it has been a one-way grinder to the upside. What is an alert on ADI? Let's see what's going on here. Wow, ADI getting demolished here. Interesting. Hard selling. This ENVX, guys, is setting up to be an absolute squeezer. I'm telling you. Let's take a look at how much short interest this ENVX has. I'm going to post this in the chat here. ENVX has 54 million shares short, roughly 32.2% of the float, 5.78 days to cover. Crazy. Here's Head and Shoulders breakout on the ENVX chart being observed up 8.93% and squeezing. Squeeze it. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Here comes VKTX also starting to squeeze. We still have those $27 lottos from earlier in the week. Monster push. Short interest stocks are pumping. Humana getting smoked today. Look at Humana. Jeez. Another day down 5%. Just cannot get out of its way. Wow, Humana. Really nice bounce on SE today. Really constructive, like SE wants new highs. SE triggering a nice bullish formation here. SoFi still struggling today. Webull struggling today. Bitcoin's getting faded. Gold's still positive. NatGas still about 3.98%. QQQ recaptured the lead up 0.55. S&P up 0.45. Your Russell 2000 up 0.23%. Amazon's up 1. Microsoft up 0.32. Nvidia up 0.48. Apple up 0.84. Google up 1. And Meta, your only mega cap, down 2%. Tesla ripping up 3.73. Robinhood still under pressure. IONQ has been everywhere but nowhere today. It's been up. Now it's starting to trickle down. Crude oil trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom here. Energy stocks have made a nice move off of the lows. You can see XOM trying to close inside yesterday's lower boundary wick, inside PDL level. Nice little potential bottoming formation in XOM. DraftKings, DocuSign still struggling. Adobe trying to firm up off the lows, but still struggling. Hey, let's go. Arsenal's winning their Champions League game. That's what I like to see. Let's go, Gunners. 1-0. That's what I'm talking about. Robinhood's still struggling here. Coming right back down to the lows of the session. Potential speculation that the SEC is going to be questioning them about their prediction market, maybe sending them a cease and desist letter or something of that nature. But you had some news around senators questioning their prediction markets, so if that takes a hit, that would be a very bearish headline, as the prediction market has been part and parcel a large part of why this stock has been running so extremely well. There's a large amount of put flow coming through for Robinhood. Look at this ENVX, guys. ENVX is just a tank. IONQ pushing up. OKLO still pushing higher. Jeez, Lululemon pushing. Bitcoin still up 3. Nat gas still strong. New high of day for ENVX. New high of day, baby.